Hey, folks, I'm here. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Um, just a impromptu quick start. We're gonna watch Star Citizen live together. I'm not sure if I'll just keep streaming after that or if we'll take a break and set up for something else, but thought we'd watch the sound episode of Star Citizen live with you and just see what we think together. But I'll unmute this and shut up for a little bit.
Along with all of the design experience that we want to bring to the game. I'm here to listen to the community more, and I'm here to deliver a game that I would want to play, and more importantly, what I'd like to hear, and that's why I'm here.
In a procedural thing, most people won't ever be aware of. We have this kind of long-standing internal rule that we never make anybody do a video in the first 6 months. They work here, but you've really hit the, if I may say, you've hit the ground running since you started here and kind of accelerated. We were just again, another behind the scenes thing. We were just in a presentation. I got to see you give to all the directors of the project just yesterday, detailing the new roadmap to 1.0 and all the things you want to deliver and stuff. And it's been really exciting to see you come in and hit the ground running and take the reins of the team.
I've got lots of things I want to bring, which I would love to tell you. Not now. I've got a fantastic sack of goodies that I want to bring to the game. Sonic Gold, and
Sonic Gold. Gotta love it.
That's what I want to do for the game.
So with that in mind, we do as we are wont to do. We put up a thread up on Spectrum, which is our bespoke communication platform available on robertspaceindustriescom. We added that thing like maybe 8 years ago now, and I still shill for it. I can probably stop. Let's find out if I can stop shilling for it. Although the habit's so ingrained, I probably can't.
Oh, Jared.
We took your questions. We saw which ones you voted up more, and we have selected a cadre of them to address today. So we're just going to jump right into it. From Horan Van. What happened to the glorious flyby sounds from years ago? And should we expect the magnificent sound quality to ever come back to our ships? This was just a topic of conversation in Director Chat's
Yesterday.
last week. Well, yeah,
I was just talking about it
amazing
yesterday.
timing on this.
That is bizarre. Okay, shall I start first?
Yeah.
Feel free.
They are there. They are going to come back, but they're going to come back with a little bit more enthusiasm in the future. I really want them to
Enthusiasm.
vibrate. I want you to feel them go overhead. I want you to, they are going to come back. Over to Graham on, where they are now and where they will be in the future.
So there's been a period of transition, I guess, on some of the sounds that we've been working on, and things aren't exactly where we want them to be. We've seen the videos you're talking about. We know how good things were then, and we absolutely want to bring that back. We've had meetings about it just this morning and yesterday.
So I wonder why stuff like that
we're making
changed.
it a priority
This is
to
bizarre.
bring
This
those
is the first
back.
question.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we were actually literally
Almost
talking
like-
about it. Yes, I was presenting yesterday.
This
one
isn't
of the
bizarre
topics
though,
was,
Simon. This is just because we
Is this
listen
what
to the
happens on
community
TV?
and we
Oh,
want
okay.
to. Yeah.
Well, community, they are coming back, but slightly better than they are at the moment.
Because all the sounds are there in our WISE project. It's just there have been some back-end changes.
I was going to say, what happened? Why did they disappear?
Well, sometimes the project's always evolving, so the kind of hooks that our audio systems rely on can change, and depending on how much resources we've got and time, sometimes we have to prioritize newer content or different things. But now we're building the team to be able to get back to all of that good stuff and make sure that we don't lose any part of the experience and just make it better.
Yeah, so we didn't intentionally take them out. It was
more a
some
sort
other
of-
aspect of the game grew. A
There's
bug
been
happened.
Yeah,
we haven't been able to
there's
address
been a
it.
gradual shrinking of how big the ship sounds are in order to make the game performant. But now we're reworking that so they can be performant and you can hear them a long way away as well.
Let's see. Next question. McSpaz. What is the state of the realistic audio mode? Oh, we've been talking about this thing forever.
That's a Graham.
Yeah,
Come on,
so
man.
we demonstrated realistic audio mode some time ago. Yeah, I know. The problem we have is that the game is huge, and we have to treat every single sound in the game with realistic mode in order to be certain that we're giving you the experience we want you to experience. Plus, we also have, game development is difficult. Scheduling is probably the most difficult part of game development. So we're working on getting all that work into the schedule. It's not there right now. We have ships to deal with. We have ship flybys right now. Beyond that, we're going to be looking at moving all that stuff over to realistic mode, and it will be within your hands at some point. I don't want to start promising dates though.
No, no
That's good to
promising.
hear.
And
that
there
they're
are myths
working
of
on
what
this
I want to
stuff
bring to it
anyway.
as well. So I've got a whole sack of stuff that I want to bring to the game.
That's the second time you've mentioned your sack. Sandy.
It's a big sack of Sonic Delight. But it's going to come. I mean, sometimes things go missing. I mean, we're in dev. I mean, I don't know how many sounds I looked at. It says over 700,000 sounds in the game already, and we're going to be bringing more to them. And we're polishing it all the time.
All right, well, if you mention sack one more time, I'm going to make you share
I
something
will do.
that's inside it. Master Ringer.
Ew. What the F, Jared?
Let's not have fun.
What the bloody
The last
hell?
thing we want to do.
A specific type of fun.
Risky.
Just do it now.
Come on, Jared.
Open your sack for me.
What
For God's
what do you want
sake,
to know?
stop
What,
already.
what do I want to offer the game? Well, we're going to be immersive at some point, so we will be going much more immersive.
What the
so
hell?
that means what does that mean to the player? I know it's a very overused word. We're going cinematic because that's what I was brought on to do. So we're going to be every environment you're in. You're going to feel like you're in the environment. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty details about what systems we're developing with Star Audio or any other systems I would like to bring to the game. But fundamentally, I want this to sound as good as it can be. I don't want to make rash promises like the best game ever. Perhaps let's try and make it the second best, and then people will remember that, and then we can go to the first best a little bit later on down the line. But I mean, you're going to feel like you're actually in something. Now, one of the biggest experiences, am I ranting already?
No.
I mean, everyone, we want to be in a spaceship, and when you're in a spaceship, you want to feel like you're in a spaceship.
Yeah.
I want to make things rock and vibrate, and I want you to feel moved. So that's
Atmos?
Atmos, and a little bit more than Atmos.
A little bit more than
Yeah,
Atmos.
Atmos Plus. Don't ask me
We're
what
not
that is just
modifying
now.
other people's trademarks here.
No. I'm not changing Dolby, but I'm just going to be giving... Don't worry about that, Dolby, if you're listening.
The views and opinions of
But
Simon
no,
Network.
Yes.
Can
Allegedly.
Can we have a more realistic, professional distress call from pilots being attacked by pirates? The current voice line, "Help, help! I'm being attacked." More professional line would be, "Mayday, mayday, mayday," and they just go on with a bunch of examples. Basically, distress calls. Can we make them more engaging, more immersive, more creatively fulfilling?
Yes,
go.
whose question? This is a great question.
Master Ringer 117.
I don't want to hog all the answers, but I mean, Phil, we've talked about this. So
Yeah.
Phil, yeah?
Yep. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but we've basically been given a high-level mandate to get more dialogue into the game, make it more of a dialogue experience when you're doing missions, talking to ATCs, NPCs, all that kind of stuff. So we're working with the whole narrative department to get more dialogue content recorded on our wonderful PCAP stage, which is next door, and getting more of that stuff into the game to really flesh that stuff out.
I'm going to pull a question from chat here. Nostalgic Ham
These names are great.
says ship horns. Ship horns, please, for the love of God.
Meep.
I'll do anything.
Yes.
Anything.
Anything.
That's what Nostalgic Ham said. They're just offering themselves up. Ship horns?
Cool.
Yeah. Well, like a mini or something
No,
a bit
you
more
honk the horn and
substantial.
it plays the cucaracha.
Like, get out my way. Oh gosh.
Oh,
yes,
even
this
better
is something
from-
that's
from my days.
Entirely possible. I mean,
Gotta
them
play,
making
gotta play
some
Dixie,
kind of
the
scary
General
noise
Lee.
obviously would
Ba,
be
ba, ba,
terrific,
ba, 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 ba,
with
ba.
weight and gravity. So yes, I mean, I haven't kind of considered.
That is in no way meant to be any
exactly
sort of social
what- I mean, that
commentary,
is a
please.
Good question.
Yeah, I think I saw it was like war horns and
I'm
stuff.
thinking now.
So a big capital ship.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
QT's out. And
I want people to know I'm arriving.
Full seat, like a barge horn.
Oh, something like that.
That'd be epic. Kind of like the Reapers from Mass Effect, or like the War of the World stuff with Tom Cruise.
Somebody just mentioned, I was literally just thinking about it. ACK 625 says the War of the World's tripod horns. That crazy noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dot Hecate says, will we ever have radio stations we can tune into instead of just in-game background music? Maybe instead of just in-game background. Our in-game
Instead of,
background
as
music.
well as, surely.
Okay, I'll put our in-game background music against any game's in-game background music. But question is, radio stations?
You know, I was talking about this yesterday.
You were.
It's true, he was.
This is bizarre as well. Yes, I would love to have radio stations in, and that's what I'd like to do. Maybe radio stations which are exclusive to certain planets, and when you fly away from the planet, you don't receive that transmission. Maybe when you fly to a colony somewhere, you get a slightly different style of radio station. I mean, all manner of things: radio, music, narrative, adverts, shipping forecasts, how much rocks cost,
Yeah, I was there. A couple.
number stations.
Yeah, I feel like it was maybe
Number stations.
maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
I
there
don't
was a
know
backer
if
who
this is
basically
the right
invented
time
like
for
an
this
hour-long
inside
string
Star
of
Citizen,
what
to
a
be
Star
honest.
Citizen radio station would be like. They used AI
With trucker music.
Yeah, it was trucker music and everything. And yeah, I don't want to turn this into a conversation about AI because I despise AI with the fiery passion of 10,000 suns, but it was rather compelling to listen to for a while and stuff. And so it's going to be an interesting challenge finding resources and figuring out how to implement that and stuff. But there's no secret. We've talked about it for years. It's something
Yeah,
we want.
I think it'd be
it's something
brilliant.
Chris wants.
Yeah.
Like that. So finding a way to make that happen will be an interesting.
No, I mean, I talked about this yesterday. So yes, that is something. I've forgotten who asked this question, but that is something definitely I'm considering.
Yes, 10,000 AI generated suns or Event Horizon. Absolutely.
to be correct.
Salty Mike asks, oh, never mind, we'll just skip this. Vixor asks, will we see more audio for ships in their damage state, such as alarms blaring, especially on larger multi-crew ships?
Yes, we will. We're going to elevate all of the sounds in the ships, particularly on the console UI and things like that. You will absolutely get that kind of stuff. Basically, I'm going to be elevating the experience in all vehicles and ships. They're going to have much more personality and much more presence.
And one thing we want to bring as well with Star Audio is that we make it much easier for the sounds on the ship to be aware of what's happening to the ship itself. So something like damage to the ship's power systems would cause things like light sounds to dip a little bit and ambiances maybe to drop and things like this. And you would feel the impact no matter where you are on the ship.
Yeah, I think historically, a lot of the damage state stuff was tied to what it's like VFX and kind of binary things that are being triggered. We'd really want to kind of properly flesh out the damage states for ships, so you'd be able to hear things not working quite as well as you want.
I want to add on to this. They mentioned alarms blaring and stuff, but Tannoy, the ability. This is all about when things go wrong. Having that ability for the pilot or the captain to hit a button and then speak so that it radiates through the entire ship.
Yeah, so we have like
Gotta have it.
as it stands, the VoIP system is creaking a little bit under the pressure of how heavily we've pushed the player count on our servers. So we need to do some rework there. But I think this goes back to the ship horns question as well, because we've talked in the past about being able to make announcements outside of the ship. So you could approach some other players on a planet surface and you could just switch on the mic and just let them know that they're in some trouble or whatever.
Open the pod bay door,
yeah,
please, Graham.
yeah, you do all that kind of thing. And this is all built into the design of VoIP. But yeah, we need some back-end work too.
Well, that's
But
why.
also, we're going to. I mean, we will be introducing an element of vibration to this ship. So, I mean, whenever there's damage, you will feel it as well as hear it, as well as an audible signal or an alarm system. So, there will be all sensors aware.
Well, the reason I skipped the question is because I wanted this one first, and to hit you with this one next. Salty Mike's question: what are you doing, if anything, to improve VoIP? It's super inconsistent.
Yeah, well, as I just alluded to, we have back-end issues there. They are on the list to be looked at. I don't know when they're going to be scheduled in, but this is all work for our
I
team
love the
over in Scotland and
ideas.
Canada to look at because the VoIP
Love the
back-end
ideas.
was designed
I don't
in
want
a
to
time when
sound.
we had 50-player server caps, and now we have.
I don't want to sound
500-player server
pessimistic
caps.
here, but this, like I
so
said, I
that
almost feel
system-
like this is the
that
wrong
system
time
hasn't
for
grown.
this with everything
I
that's
didn't
going
build
on
it at
right
all,
now.
So,
And this brings up discussions that I don't know that I've had in depth on the channel.
What does that? What does that
Which
fix,
is-
that evolution path kind of look like? Because VoIP is one of those once
Look at
upon a
this
time, it was
functioning
a
game we
signature
have
Star
now,
Citizen
and we're
thing.
talking about
And,
sound
that
design
along
that doesn't
with
exist,
VoIP,
and we're sitting here
based
on a
RP.
panel right
But
now,
it is,
and
again,
we're
it is
talking about
kind of falling into this
hopefuls.
realm of
We'd like to do
of
this, would
the
like to
opposite of
do this,
feature
would
creep,
like to
the
do this, would like to
backlog
do this.
of fixes
And at the
and
same
stuff
time,
like
all
this.
the things that they
I'm not
had
gonna
that they
ask you to
used to
go
have,
through the
this is
entire,
gone because of bugs. This is gone
chain of
because of bugs.
fixes
This has been
necessary,
drowned out.
but at
This
a top
doesn't work
level,
like it used
what
to.
needs to happen?
So what needs
It
to happen
makes
is a
me
rework of the back
anxious
end so that it can
hearing these
handle
things.
these hugely
But
elevated
I
player
love it.
counts.
Radio
We
stations,
also
do
want to be
it.
able to communicate cross-shard.
Make the
so
ship
it basically
vibrate.
Needs to
Do
become
it.
completely
I
independent
agree.
of
Where?
of servers and shards, and it needs to be
13
running in
years.
its own
Where?
back end entirely, so that anyone can communicate with anyone. That is all work that I'm not going to be part of and not familiar with. So it's very much kind of, as I say, our team in Canada. But once they've done that, then the hookup on the game side is not much different to how it is now. So as you know, when it works, you're able to communicate with each other, but it is inconsistent, and it's inconsistent because of this back end issue.
Sound like this guy I used to go to high school with. They had a girlfriend in Canada. I've got a team in Canada there. But yeah, no, it was struggling before the advent of server meshing, and then
Yes,
when
yes,
server meshing
absolutely.
came out, it was just, it's not quite the bullet in the head of old Yeller, but it's
Hey, that
it's
not-
really
that
made
argument
it-
doesn't hold
it's
the
really-
weight it
it's
used
really
to.
exasperated the issue.
I had a
so
girlfriend in Canada. She's
we're
my
gonna
wife
have,
now. So I'm
Ben
here to tell
Waz
you
due to
that
come back
girlfriend in
on in a
Canada,
couple weeks and do
she really
do
does
a big
exist.
update to that show we did in February, where we just talk about all the technical features and whatever, and we'll have an update on the work for VoIP and FOIP there.
Yeah.
Can't tell you when it's going to be. I don't remember. St. Paulus. Are there plans to add variety to the rain sound effects? Roof sound, no surface, etc. Or maybe there are some engine limitations currently?
Yes. So this is a classic us thing. So we scoped the rain initially for Stormageddon to support that event. Stormbreaker. Stormageddon. And then the way that we looked to implement it, it actually unintentionally scaled across the entire verse. Now, a rain system is huge. You need to make sure you've got all the different types of rain, you've got all the different types of surfaces, material types, material construction, like a metal barrel will sound very different to a metal canopy versus it being inside of a car. So yeah, it's considered our rain system like version 0.5,
Yeah,
and
it's
we will
hugely
continue to work on it.
It's really complicated. I mean, precipitation on all, like you're saying, on surface. We've got so many surfaces to consider, and also the speed of the rain, which angle it's going at, how intense it is, and what it hits, and how it hits stuff. And sometimes rain can sound like white noise, and it's really a challenge trying to make precipitation sound good.
I like the
and
way this
that's
guy
what we want
looks.
to do. It's got
Can
to
I
hit
pull off
different
this look, by the
surfaces.
way?
It's not as easy as you would think, and it,
I
it
don't-
gets
I
in
don't
the
know
way
what
of
it
things
is. I
sometimes.
like it.
The way we mix the rain and the way we're going to have to dip it down so we don't affect the music and the narrative challenges and anything else. It's very tricky to do that. There, we had to get the stuff out for Storm, and because it was in the Storm, obviously. But it's going to be across the verse, and it's going to hit lots of different areas in different ways.
Yeah, I often say we have the same conversations the backers do just several weeks earlier, and when the first reviews for Stormbreaker came in, we were saying the same thing. It's like we should be hearing it here. It should sound different when it hits this versus when it hits this.
Of course, it should. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just time.
Yeah, it is time.
There's a full dynamic weather system
Yeah.
planned, and we'll be fully supporting that. This is meant to be more limited, but it's limited but far-reaching, and now we need to backfill and sort it out.
Tonio Folks. I said that right. Has the team been working on or planning for what to include for ATC chatter for the approach to stations?
Have we?
Yes, we have.
Oh, it's content. I'm code.
Next question.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, we have. So, I mean, it's in
Hold
its
on.
infancy. We want to bring a lot more ATC into it. I mean, obviously, this has narrative implications. So we're building. We're going to be working with Dave on this, obviously, to see what we can do to increase the amount of ATC. But I'm fascinated by ATC anyway. It's one of my things. So yes, is the answer to that.
Yeah, as part of that mandate to get more dialogue into the game,
Yeah.
it might not be direct dialogue. We might also be looking to add like open comms, open channel, like ATC when you're near points of interest on planets or cities or like points of interest in space, just to give life to what's happening and ideally have it contextual about what's going on.
Yeah,
if we
and
can
it's
put little nuggets in there.
And it's a big part of the experience of being in a ship. When it moves, you get lots of ATC. If you've ever been inside the cabin of an aeroplane, there's stuff going on all the time, and we want to bring that real experience to the game.
I missed the name as it's chat scrolling, but somebody's like, interesting. Discord can do 1,000 people in a voice chat, and they're struggling to have 600. And it's like, no 3D positioning, no cross-server broadcasting. It's not exactly the same thing.
We have to run a game at the same time.
And they can focus on that. Hiddleston. Hi, Hiddleston. Some ships are currently pretty much silent. Origin. That was the direction in the thing, not me. I'm not wrong. And some ships that used to have distinctive engine sounds are now also pretty much silent. Are these ships waiting for a pass, or is it a bug?
It's a combination of the two. So there are some issues where we've made some changes to the flight model, and we haven't been able to get back. Would you say we haven't got around all the ships yet to make them all respond correctly to that flight model change? But it's all part of development. But we also, as part of that update for those flight models, we want to be doing a pass across the whole ship and giving them a nice refresh as well, because some of them are like 8-9 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to add to this. I mean, I'm doubling the department in order to give a fantastic experience. I've been given the opportunity to increase the department in order to turn this around. The vehicles is the most important thing for me. That's the thing that's going to get the most focus. And just feeding into what you just said, yes, everything's going to get to another stage. It's going to be elevated. The whole flight experience and the whole vehicle experience is going to be what you want and what I want. And I'm not going to let anything get out there until it sounds, can I say shit hot?
Sure.
You just did.
Very excited. So, yes, there is, and I'm sorry things sometimes don't make a sound, but hey, they're going to be making a sound. It's not a deliberate thing. We've got a lot to do. I mean, it's a very, very, very deep game.
Yeah.
And we've got so much respect for the community, and it hurts us when things break. As Graham said, I think the first ships, I've been about 10 years now, was like 9 years ago. And the ship systems we've built were built for the game at the time. And if you think how far Star Citizen has come and the different flight models we've had and all the changes, we've not been able to keep at pace with that and keep the legacy ships up to date. But working with Simon, we're actually building the team out to be able to have the resources to do that. Not just the new ships, it's making sure we're working on all the legacy ships, all the ships that are dearest to the heart. Yeah. Like the Drake Cutlass should never ever sound bad, because we know that's really popular. But we understand that a lot of the ships have fallen below the bar that we've set and the bar that it deserves to be, and we're working hard to rectify it.
Yeah. I'm gonna pause this. This is a good time. I want to get into this now. So we keep referencing, Simon, you've obviously been here for 4 months. We referenced this presentation that you made last night. You just mentioned that we're bulking up the team and stuff like this. I want to talk about a bigger issue here. Let's step away from that. The backlog. Legacy issues. Legacy issues. It's
Okay.
Star Citizen, not just audio. Every aspect of Star Citizen always tends to be, whether it's right or it's not, very forward-looking. We are always looking at the next thing. We are always looking. It's if there's a patch, we got that next month's patch. Or if there's a new ship, we got that new ship. The stuff that you guys are doing for the Kruger, by the way, I saw
And another one.
Yeah.
Another ship.
Yeah, there's always another ship. We tend to fall into this trap a lot of always looking forward, because we just got to go to the next thing. We got to go to the next thing. We need to add new features. We need to add new content, stuff like this. And the backlog just builds. The backlog just builds. Tech debt begins to mount up. I'm not going to ask you to speak for every department in the company, but I'm curious about your plans
Okay.
to tackle your backlog and your tech debt? It's got to be more than just hiring people.
Yeah, so there are 3 stages, and they're all running concurrently. My remit is to work on the material right now and get that out at a very, very high standard, and that's stream 1, if you like, between now and X. And the other one going parallel to that, below it, is the legacy stuff. The legacy sometimes is a dirty word. It's just what exists now. We're going to elevate that. I've got to run and see what's good and bad in that I would like to keep and change and adapt, and that will become part of the top stream. And the other stream, which is vitally important to me, is the community I build here, but also the relationship which needs to be built further with people out there, the fans. I need to hear from you, and you're part of the third strand. So it's important to me at the top layer that we're doing very, very high standard stuff from now onwards. Number 2 is addressing the legacy stuff, like this. I don't know, it sounds like we're picking at a scab all the time, the legacy. It's stuff that exists that needs to be polished and cleaned and then join the top layer. Some of it is old, it's 10 years old. It's like driving an old 10-year-old car. Some of it may need to be jettisoned. It's not necessarily bad, it's just dated bad. And then the third thing, which is the way we're going to work together, we're going to be a large department, but I want to hear from people about what we're doing right or wrong. I invite it, and I will be engaging more with the community, because for me that's really part of developing a game and developing a soundtrack.
You've been waiting to get on Spectrum and stuff like that, and I wanted you to wait until we introduced you to
holding
this
me
stuff
back.
like this. I'm going to push a little harder on that, because the answer was great. The answer was great, but I'd like to see if I can get something a little more tangible about the legacy stuff. Like how do you tackle that? Is that building a team here that only focuses on old stuff? Does that become boring and terrible for new hires, because who wants to come in and only work on legacy stuff?
It's actually the opposite.
So the first thing is to analyse what is the legacy stuff and divide it into certain categories. For me, the priority is vehicles, so I have to analyse all the vehicles, the ships, etc. Then we've got creatures, we've got Foley, which I'm sure everyone knows what this is. Excuse me if I'm teaching you suck eggs, which is the feet, right down to the surfaces and the soles. I'll be analysing all of the stuff. We will be analysing weapons. We're going to update all the weapons. Ambiences, the ambient systems, the rain systems, what happens on planets, the flora and fauna. Analysing all plus building on top of that. So it's breaking it down into its component parts. The music, the diegetic music, that how we're going to elevate the music more within the game and how it's going to react with all of the greater content that we're going to produce. So it's as if you're coming to a meal and I'm trying to pick at the little bits, right, that's got to change and that course has got to be changed. No, let's not offer that salad anymore. Let's push that one away. Let's have something fresh. So it's breaking it down and analysing each thing, and then the stages of the arc of the way I want to achieve towards version 1. We're in alpha, obviously. Is right. I want to do that first. This is the most important thing, and I want to do this. So the first thing is vehicles, like I said. And that will feed into the next areas I want to focus on. That doesn't mean those areas are going to be neglected, because I'm going to have a department that's going to be focusing all of it. But I need to prioritise stuff. And the way I prioritise stuff is going to be influenced by what is needed at CIG, but also what the community are upsetting about. I'm kind of not interested to hear about the stuff that's good. I really need to react to the stuff that people are disappointed with. And then I can get a better game, really. I know what's good. So don't tell me what's good.
And to expand on that, and something you touched on, Jared, is because we're able to now increase the team, we'll be building the team to be able to look at early concept work. So getting in early doors with new features, content, mechanics, and whatnot. We'll have people be able to focus on the here and now, what is the current release, seeing that through, and have the people then to go off and look at all the legacy content, actually do all those backlog fixes. But we're very fortunate as a department to be in a period of growth and to be able to facilitate that. Whereas in the past, we may have only had the resources just to focus on the here and now and not address the backlog or not jump on the things earlier on.
And one thing I'd like to say is that the backlog is fun, right? Because there's nothing a sound designer likes more than working on a finished product. There's all these ships that are ready to go that sound designers would absolutely love to get their hands on, given time in the schedule, to make them sound amazing.
You tell me it won't change? Yes. Ah, amazing.
Exactly.
You mentioned Foley. Bound's question here is, are there plans to improve the audio for SCU containers? It sounds like they don't weigh anything at all or are completely empty when you bump into them.
Yeah. Everything's going to be addressed. The weight of everything, the weight of objects is going to be addressed. The way we react with anything in the world and in the game world is going to be changed so that it feels real, obviously, and stylized within the framework of a game. Yes, that will be addressed.
Yeah, I think that's an extreme example, but when Simon first came in, he gave a demonstration of the kind of things he would want to do to the sounds of Star Citizen, and it was absolutely amazing. But the one word that I think I would take away from it was weight. It was like giving all the doors weight, all the ships weight, just giving the whole game more audible weight, and making things feel more real through it.
Game.
So I'm going to ask you another question here.
Me.
Yeah, it's for all of you. I'm going to insert another one here. Downstream dependencies. Audio.
That's one for you.
Audio is historically last in the chain. It's almost everybody else has to do their thing when you're building a new piece of content, when you're building a new asset or whatever, before you can even start, before you can really get going. You can maybe do some previs and it's like that, but you can't really get going until almost everybody else has done their stuff. And Star Citizen has a history of, well, we work until the last minute and before we kick something else. So how do you? I see the Vietnam flashbacks happening here. How do you work like that?
I mean,
How do you manage
there's
that?
an inevitability to that sound. It's not exclusive to this company, not exclusive to this style of creativity. It happens a lot because, our visual intelligence is far greater than our sonic intelligence. And, what we see first always comes first. And traditionally, the visual element of any creative product generally comes first. And now how do we deal with it being at the end? Well, we just have to deal with it. I mean, it's unfortunate, but we don't start a game with the sound. We start a game with the vision and with the visuals rather, and we're just at that stage, and we just work alongside each other. And we're going to be working alongside each other much more, the different departments, so that we can be organic together. It is unfortunate, but that's what happens. We can't really change that, and it's stressful, and we have to run at the 11th hour. But that's unfortunately what happens.
It's always a race between audio and VFX.
Yeah.
Or who's the last person to touch a thing? Well, the reason I was thinking about it because the next question from Vandred says, we've received VFX passes to OMSCI 4s, CF337 Panthers and stuff, but no audio. Pass on these. The VFX have changed, and now maybe the audio. I think you're suggesting the audio doesn't quite match up with the what you would expect from what they're seeing. So, does the tail wag the dog here when VFX are like, oh, our schedule allows us to go back and tackle this of the backlog? Do you now have to? Oh, okay. Well, if you're going to do that, we now have to adjust our backlog stuff. How do you manage this?
To some extent, yeah, we do have to. We have to respond to changes in the visuals, absolutely, and we don't always have time to respond to them in the schedule that it's it's happening in for the visual teams. That's why we're lucky we're a live product, because we've always got another release further down the line where we can make these changes. But I think for us, it's we can't schedule exactly in line with VFX, because VFX are only one element of the game that needs a sound treatment, and there are so many other elements that are all asking for the same support at the same time.
But ship weapons is also another key area of focus for us. We're really focusing on the ship experience, and ship weapons is one of that. A key part of that, and we're building out resources to elevate all the ship weapons for the ships, so it's a much better experience.
Well, I know we've got Ship Showdown coming up. It starts sometime soon. I don't know when, but Ship Showdown is this thing where the backers get to vote on their favorite ships and whatnot. You were talking about listening to the community, maybe in your prioritization conversations.
Well, we're already pulling those
But
metrics.
they're literally going to vote. People are literally going to vote
Great.
for the most important,
Yeah.
their favorite ships.
Cool.
Oh, when's this?
It starts. Starts when? 29th. Of this month? Yeah. Starts the 29th of July.
Oh, that'd be interesting to hear.
Would you believe I work in marketing? More Caffeine says the Volt guns sound brilliant. Just a casual. And the Volt guns do sound cool.
Thank you.
It's so weird a lightning-based gun would sound cool. But
Well, we've got a really talented team there. They put a lot of
I mean,
effort into that.
we're going for gravitas and presence of weapons, so that's good to hear.
McSpaz has another question in here. What is the difference between Star Audio and the realistic audio mode?
It might be easier to list the overlaps because they're very different things. So Star Audio is effectively a kind of middleware replacement. It's not going to replace Wise, which we will always use, at least for the time being, to play back our sounds, but it's a replacement for the glue between game systems and the audio system that then allows a lot more freedom to sound designers to do whatever they want. So where existing ways of hooking sounds up to things are quite prescriptive. You might look at an animation and say, I want this animation to play this exact sound from the library. What Star Audio does is it allows you to basically just flag the fact that that animation has played and leave the decision on what the sound does down to the sound designer, and they can then make that contextual if they want. They can add logic, they can do all kinds of different things. We can also do things like passing events down hierarchies at runtime. So I always use this example, but if somebody's holding a weapon on the hip and they're piloting a ship and the ship gets hit by a missile, we can make the gun on the hip rattle because the ship got hit, because there's a hierarchy that's being tracked at runtime, which we never had before with the old systems. So there's a lot more contextual information available to all the sounds, and the realistic mode is kind of a subset of that, a sort of microcosm of that whole ecosystem, which is basically listening to whether there's any audio pressure between the listening device, the ears, and the sound emission device, which may be a ship or a weapon or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like the realistic mode is a sort of first use of what Star Audio does, it's our use of what Star Audio does, but it's got much more aesthetic presence, I think, to the player, which is why I think it's something that people are very interested in. But Star Audio is the tech behind that thing.
Vibration's a pretty important aspect of sound. I think it's one of those things, like, obviously anybody that works in the industry, I said it, and all three of you nodded in exact thing, but
Because,
it's not a thing that most common folks ever consider, just how important vibration is.
It's
So
hugely
just go-
important for. Sorry.
Go home and slam your kitchen door
close
and
your
listen
eyes.
to what happens to all the stuff on your shelves and in your cutlery drawer and all that kind of thing. That's the experience we're going for. And I know that's just like a sort of small example of it, but it should be exactly the same if your ship gets hit by anything, or if it gets if a force upon it, which may be gravity, it may be extreme G from performing a maneuver. You want all these things to be straining every single part, that maybe parts that aren't intended to move, but definitely the parts that are as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated thing to achieve, and we're thinking about it all the time. It's not just a case of just adding metal rattling or a bit of low frequency vibration. We want to bring more to it. I mean, we're considering haptic stuff as well. We want to really consider it from now and build for the future. It's not just a case of noise. It's beyond that. And like Graham says, everything in life has vibration attached to it, because a sound wave moves objects in different ways, and the reflections of those objects affect us in all manner of ways. And we want to bring that experience.
Almost say that vibrations resonate with us.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice one.
say that.
Well, you could almost.
Waka waka.
Don't say that when we go
Well,
live.
it shouldn't, yeah, I don't do that. That's right. But I think a big part of it is action and reaction. Like, we can do all the cool sound design in the world and put it in the game, but it would only really give you so much level of immersion. It's more about how does that sound propagate in the 3D space, and how does that affect everything else? So this inheritance system where it allows impulses to be passed from an event to everything that's connected and have that all have appropriate vibrations, down to the tightest zuzz to the big flappy vibration stuff, will really just be...
Yeah.
That's your big immersion.
Well, yeah,
silver bullet.
it's
right
going to
there.
affect everything. It's almost like a force that surrounds us in the universe that we can't see. You know, it's to pardon stealing from another title, but fundamentally, that's going to affect the way we perceive the audio. Is with this vibration system, and coining it as a vibration system is almost slightly
it's almost
inaccurate.
limiting, yeah, because what we're actually building is a resonance system, and it's not just about making things vibrate, because other things that they're physically connected to can vibrate. If we go back to the example we talked at right at the beginning, where we've got ship flyovers, there's a heck of a lot of force coming off that thing, and if you've got anything on the ground that can rattle as that thing flies over, we're going to make it rattle.
We're going to move on because we've been talking about vibrations for a lot for an aside. But I swear to you,
Star vibration.
I'm feeling those good vibrations.
one
We're
more,
not
I'm
to
gonna,
have fun.
One more,
one
you're
more
out.
and I'm going to choke
No
you
more
out,
fun?
Phil.
Sacral vibrations, what are we doing
I
here?
choked Alberto out earlier in the year, and it's been an emoji on Teams since then.
Do it.
You literally sat down today and weren't in that chair for 30 seconds before you started clinking your soda can on the table. Go to the 3-shot.
Give us a live demo, Graham.
You can take the audio guy out of the audio room, but you can't take the audio out of the audio guy.
Shapang.
We're going to use that sound.
Vec says or asks. No, he just says. I don't think there's no question here. Local ambient sounds at locations are awesome, but I feel like the game lacks large-scale ambient soundscapes. It would be awesome to be on the outskirts of a city and hear the hustle and bustle in the distance with traffic, sirens, speaker announcements,
That I do agree
etc.,
with.
or to pick up background radio chatter when approaching a spaceport or space station. He has no question here. He
But
just
it
wants
would
you
be
to know
awesome,
it
and
would
we
be
do
awesome.
agree.
If it were a question, no, I mean, gosh, that's more complicated than these question would suggest.
Yeah.
Because I mean, when you come away from a large area of noise like a cityscape, I mean, what do we want to hear? If we're travelling around it, do we want to hear the sirens? I mean, there's so much different propagation, echo, and reverb going on there.
Yeah.
Without it sounding like mush or just noise. I mean, it's an interesting consideration, and of course we would consider it, because when you pull away from a cityscape, you need a sound. But actually, how we focus on that is complicated, because it's we would deal with it in a linear way, in a different way we would in an immersive way in a game. So I mean, I haven't really thought about this yet.
It's almost where you tackle it like LODs,
But
at distance. So when you're at 0 point, when you're in the point of interest, like Area 18 or Lorville, a lot of the stuff you'll hear is bespoke and discrete. It's coming from 3D emitters or volumes we put down there, or it's attached to a ship that's flying by. So everything's saying of the space, of what you can see, hear, and feel. And then when you're at mid-distance, we can take that and put in designed content that is like a consolidation of that, and then scale it of what it would sound like at distance. Yeah. But Graham's worked on grouping systems and stuff, where we can take, if you've got 3 sound sources, it will know they are the same brush or the same sound source, group them together, and then allow it to play, switch to a group sound version of that, rather than 3 discrete sources. So we can leverage technology like that.
Yeah, so one of the features in Star Audio is this ability to basically convert a sound that's too far away from you to be heard into a statistic that feeds into another sound. So if you think of the city, then you might have lots of vehicles moving around in there, like you say, sirens going off, all these kinds of things. And we can use those statistics without playing all those sounds and creating cacophony. We can use them to decide what sound we should play in their place.
Because we have to make choices. It's not just a case of when you pull away from an environment, we're going to just roll off the top end and give you reverb and make it mushy sounding. We've got to actually pinpoint which are the POIs which you'd want to be sustained orally out of that environment, and then we'd have to respond to stuff that's giving lights or movement. I mean, it's difficult. It's an interesting question, because the challenge is quite difficult.
Tie into time of day and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got roughly 10 minutes left. There's a couple more questions I want to get to, so let's see if we can't light lightning round some of these.
It's scary to me
We
because a
mentioned
lot of
Atmos
this
earlier. Cabbage
sounds
says,
like
"Will
it's
there be
there, and then
options
so
for
much of it
stereo,
is like
5.1, etc. in
theory.
the game, like they can just set the different.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right?
So right now it's fully automatic based on what your PC is set to. Effectively, we have some reports that doesn't work, and in development now we have the ability to just choose what you want from a drop-down menu, and that I think it just needs an integration, so it should be something we can get into the next release.
We'll say one of the next releases.
One of the
not
upcoming
next release,
releases,
Next
yeah.
release, just because I've worked here for a long time.
Yes.
Um,
Next major release. No.
Are there plans? This was also from Bound. Hey, you got two in there.
Two in.
Are there plans to replace the footstep sounds? It sounds the same almost everywhere and does not match the ground and floor often.
Good question. Yes, absolutely. We're going to replace as much Foley as I see fit. I wanted to have weight, correct resonance, the correct surface, the correct soul, and yes, that is a definite. That's one of the systems, like I said, I'll be looking at.
This issue is compounded by a bug that I happened to fix just the other week
Well done,
in
Graham.
a development stream where the
Convenient,
materials.
Graham.
Yeah, it is convenient, isn't it?
Convenient.
The materials weren't being picked up correctly from the render mesh, so we are now probing the render mesh correctly. We know what material we're on. That fix will be coming in an upcoming release.
Okay, there you go. In an upcoming release.
But because I'm here, it'll be coming quite quickly.
Yeah.
So you won't have your
I
feet
wish that
sounding
was
like you're walking
funny.
on a piece
I
of
really
cheese.
want to be
It's not cheese.
Mr.
That's
Bubbly here and
Metal
laugh
dance
along,
is,
but
everywhere.
there's
Somebody
13
in the chat,
reasons, and
Blues
they're
Makes
called years.
Says, we
but
talked
that's
about
not
all the different
funny to
alarms
me.
for damage states and stuff. We're like, Jared, ask them about self-destruct audio alarms. Dare you?
Do we still do self?
We did it years ago.
Yeah. I don't think they play anymore. But you got that classic Star Trek thing where you set the self-destruct.
Yeah.
And you just got this ship will self-destruct in. Although we don't make them wait like 5 minutes to self-destruct
No.
their ship, so an
Yeah.
audio alarm for that is going to be pretty quick. But
But
yeah,
we should resurrect them. We should, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
we should.
Well, people are paying good money for these ships.
Self-destruct,
Why would they
something
want
you
to blow
just
them
paid
up?
for.
Exactly. Why would they want to destroy them?
I mean, it's one of those things. I wouldn't mind. If you do need a voice for that, like that's one of those ones I wouldn't mind to volunteer. Just like if somebody sets it up and you just hear my voice screaming through the Tannoy system. Hopefully, asshole, gonna blow the ship, run!
Only if it's in a Cockney accent, Jared.
Yeah, do you
Yeah.
got any accent?
Oh, Miss Poppins. Oh,
Mr.
no.
Poppins.
That's my self-destruct voice, and I've
You-
now offered it
and you
freely
eject
to
with
the
an
community.
umbrella.
You can set it to voice
Gravity.
attack or whatnot, and when you use your self-destruct, you're welcome to play that.
Okay.
Gravity umbrella.
I'll use my one swear. I got to be on the watch for the next few minutes. Viper says, currently the sound of a Polaris or an Idris hovering over the ground is almost silent. Will we see improvements to this aspect of audio as sometimes we walk outside a location and there's just a big hovering Polaris and I didn't even hear it because it was almost silent?
I mean, this feeds into the engaging with the flybys. The short answer is yes.
Yeah, we were talking about it just this morning again.
Yeah, but we obviously the weight and but I mean, feed more into that question.
Yeah, we need smarter ways to tie into that context,
Yeah.
so you get the whole kind of brown out, white out, hovering experience, but in a way in which it is not paralyzing. If loads of people decide to hover around where you are on an outpost or whatever, and it's just completely dominating. So we need to be smart about how we do it, but you absolutely want to hear the weight and presence of that
Yeah.
above you.
Yeah.
Plus the war horns.
Yeah. and
Yeah.
those.
Womp womp.
I don't want this all to be about yes, we are. Is there one where I can say no?
Bluesmink says, love when I have to force Jared to ask the question that needs to be asked. You force me nothing. I do what I want. There we go. You want to say something? No?
Yeah.
Should I ever ask another Bluesminks question ever again?
Nope. There you go.
Ooh.
See, a well-balanced interview.
Great community engagement, Simon.
I can't ever ask a question. Jared will never say my name on stream. What's wrong with your name? Bindi Rover? Oh.
Well, you said it.
You fell for it. Intentionally.
I wish that was a bit. I actually did fall for it.
Did you? That's not fair.
I wish that was a bit.
That bit
Well,
out.
you've used your one swear now, Jared.
Achilles Stick says, "Will music work for groups eventually? Like traveling the Pyrogate, so it's not only the pirate that hears the music."
Yeah, absolutely. So unfortunately, we were quite rushed on the jump point music design for that. Jump points was a whole thing. Ideally, the music experience should be for the ship and all the occupants inside that ship, because you're all experiencing that together. But I think at the time we had to tie it to, are you flying the ship?
I think a lot of the logic is associated with the ship pilot, and then like anyone who is a passenger is both, you know, actually a passenger and, you know, metaphorically as well in this sort of sense. And I think we just need to be able to figure out how to hook them into that.
Yeah, we've got future improvements planned. They'll come in a release soon.
We can probably fit 2 or 3 more in. Sheep Just Got Real says, "Are there any interesting stories behind the creation of some of the sound effects used in the verse?"
I've got one.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah. So, because I've been here for so long, I've been very fortunate
It's
to have.
been 84 years.
I've had 2 beautiful children. Well, not me, my wife has. But I took the heartbeat of their pregnancy scans, and I put my eldest son on one of the hospital monitors in one of the hospitals. Where is that? I'm not sure which location it's in. And then the younger baby, their heart beat is on one of the other ones. So they live in the game, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
I like he said, "I have 2 beautiful children." Oh well, no, my wife does. Like, you don't.
No, she gave birth to them. I didn't have them. Like, she did all the hard work.
He was trying to be sweet.
And lastly, I lost it. There it goes. Warhead 64. What can the community do for you to make your job easier?
Tell us what you want. Communicate with me and us.
You're going to get so much
I
communication.
don't mind. I want communication. It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
It's a two-way pipeline.
It's a two-way
So,
street.
Communicate with us. Reach out to us. I'm
Two-way.
here to. When I've got time, I'll want to engage with you. I don't want there to be non-engagement. I think engagement for me is a great creative tool. So I want to be, and my ears are no better than your ears. And what you hear, I want to hear what you're not hearing. I want to hear what you would like to hear. All of these things are valid creative observations. So reach out.
I mean, we're fundamentally making the game for the community, for the backers. As we're building the team, we're going to be putting more time into being on Spectrum and listening to what they like, what they don't like. But I would ask, please do shout about any audio issues that you come across, because a lot will swing past us and we won't catch them. Even our talented QA team won't catch them because we can't test every context there is. But as soon as there is an issue like a ship stops making a sound, if we've not caught it, please just shout about it and we'll get onto it.
Bugs, we're not deliberately planting bugs. Bugs are an inevitability of development. We're in alpha. It's a deep game. I mean, we will fix things all the time. We're there to fix the bugs and make things better. We're not making you trip up deliberately, but obviously, like Phil says, reach out. But we have, a dedicated QA. We've got a department, searching all the time to fix this stuff, and we're doing it.
Chat is asking how do they reach out. So obviously,
What's
Spectrum, post on Spectrum, the Ask a Dev threads, subforums. But I'm going to encourage you, because Simon doesn't know what he's getting into. This his first show here. I'm going to encourage you to send mailed letters to Simon Gershon, care of Cloud Imperium Games, 6 Goods Yard Street, Manchester, United Kingdom, M3
3BG.
BBG.
M3 3BG. Send your letters. I will ensure that they get to his desk, and the next time he's on this show, I want to see a
Then you
mailbag.
actually have to bring
I
your
want
sack.
Phil Simon's sack.
I've already got a sack
Mail.
of sound. I need a sack of mail. Don't do joined up writing. Have
shit.
difficulty
Help
reading nowadays.
me Phil Simon's sack with mail.
Yeah, within reason.
You think as though Simon will love that.
I will. Sorry. But give me a little bit of space. I do need to develop a game here as well, by the way.
Well, that's the beauty of the physical mail. You can open it.
Did
and
my
read it if
Birmingham
you
accent slip out
want. You
again
can take it
there?
home.
yeah.
And,
Oh,
you know,
crikey.
read it on the train. Whatever.
Yeah.
Can't develop
Imagine
for all
reading
these
on the train.
letters.
Yeah, all these letters that the fans like. Right,
All right, I'm gonna ask.
that's not the end.
That's the end.
That is
That's
the
it.
end.
Congratulations. You survived your first SCO.
Oh, it's fun.
I told you it'd be okay. I've never lost a developer yet. That's not exactly true. but you know, overall, my track record's all right as far as people going back. Usually they yell at me, not the people who are in those chairs. I'm gonna do one more thing though. I'm gonna do wee woo sounds. We got ships. We
Wee-woo
got
sounds.
like Terrapin Medics. We got Cutlass Blues. We got the Apollos coming before the end of the year. Wee woo
Ooh.
sounds.
Sirens.
Oh, what? Get some
Oh,
siren sounds. in?
Sirens, yeah.
Be able to.
Shall we pop one in somewhere, just for you? When's your birthday?
What's your address?
I won't tell you where I put it.
Yeah, but it just you know it's always we're trying to get the flashing lights and everything on the police vehicles and the medical vehicles and whatever. But flashing lights only take us
All right,
only take us
a star siren
Yeah,
Star
that'd be
siren.
cool.
for Jared.
Tie into VoIP and get like a megaphone on the front of your ship.
Are we going to commit to this?
Yeah, why not? Let's do
Yes,
it.
we will. And
Do
it'll
it.
come into a patch quite soon.
Quite soon.
Soon, yeah.
There
Oh,
are
there's
days I
a
love my job.
Smile of a happy person.
All right, folks, that's it. Thank you for watching Star Citizen Live. Don't forget that Ship Showdown is coming up. When does it start? 29th of July. It's your chance to do a bunch of like arts and crafts things. Sometimes people sing songs. They had a song about, what was it, the Pisces? It was a Pisces song a couple years ago. They made everybody listen to that in the office pretty frequently when that happened. So if you don't have to do that one, but you can do the other stuff. You're welcome to do the other stuff. But it's your chance to vote for which ships are most popular, and then we do a big Sweet 16, a Final 8, or something like that, and then you can vote, and then they get cool paints, and the ships come back for promotion stuff and everything. It's pretty cool. It's one of the more fun things where the agency is entirely in the hands of the community. So keep an eye out for that. There'll be a post with all the rules and stuff like that when they do that stuff. So for Star Citizen Live, I'm Jared. That's been Simon. That's been Graham. That's been Phil. Thank you so much for taking the time
Thanks
towards
for
the end of
having
the week,
us.
for being
It's been
here.
fun.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll see you next time on
Around the
Star Citizen Live.
Around the verse.
No, we don't.
Around the verse.
On around the verse.
Inside the round the verse.
Inside the around the.
verse.
No. No.
Thank you, Jared.
We're still live.
Oh. Oh,
We
yeah.
haven't.
Okay, so. Oh, they're raiding Hotshot Henry. Nice. So that was super interesting. Good morning, kiddo.
I'm excited. There it is. There it is.
Ubu, welcome in.
Yeah, there
What's
it
up,
is.
Yubu?
Hotshot.
What's
You're
up,
getting a
man?
raid from
Big love,
1,100
big
people.
love. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays. Photog, what's up, buddy? Big love. Thank you so much for the raid.
All right, we're gonna shut Hotshot Henry down. We're gonna boot up some of our good stuff here. And then I'm gonna send you to break for a little bit while I get set up. And then we'll come back and play some Star Citizen and maybe talk about that a little bit. Well, we could talk about it a little bit while things are loading up here. So I'm a really big behind the scenes person. Like when DVDs became a thing and all of that content that you would find out there started to be included in like every movie that you bought. I always loved to find those shows that would let you discover how they made the lightsaber sound, how they made lasers fire. I really liked all of that stuff a ton, right? Um, Seeing like Jim Henson's crew making puppets and SFX people and Industrial Light and Magic. I love all that behind the scenes stuff that that you get for movies and games and things like that, right? I think that's always cool content. That's stuff that I love to consume. So first off, let me start off by saying I really loved that Star Citizen Live. I love hearing about sound design in a game. I love hearing about cool systems that that a game has that that facilitate how you hear sound and stuff. I think that's all really cool. So now, having said that, if we were sitting on a launched, released 1.0 product and all of this stuff was in the game and amazing, I would love to sit down and hear about it and then about future plans. Where I'm at with things today is I'm on the tail end of a patch that hasn't gone really well. And for me as a backer, it's a little bit frustrating to hear these conversations. Don't get me wrong, everything they talk about is super cool. Oh, we should have a radio station. We want to do that. Oh, when you go here and the sound acts like this, we should do that. Oh, we've got an idea. It's the way these things are phrased that shake me a little bit. After this long of a development cycle, I feel like the focus should be on this is how we did that. Oh, that thing that we set up, we did it because we like this and this and this. We have this current thing and it's near perfect, but we have plans to improve it by doing this and this in the future. But I want to feel the impression that the system they have in place right now is locked in and this is the way it's going to be. How interviews and shows like this leave me feeling is like, I'm going to paraphrase it in a way that doesn't sound really flattering. And again, I like to be the voice of positivity, but this is going to sound a little bit negative, and I apologize for that in advance. But this sounds more like this comes across more like, hey, we've been developing this for 13 years, but now we're finally developing it, so we're brainstorming our ideas and trying to get some things locked down, and then we're gonna ramp up this team to implement this stuff. So what it says to me is like, it feels like you're telling me we've been putting placeholders in for 13 years and now we're gonna start designing. It makes me scared and a little bit sad. I don't know how to react to that. Like, I'm worried. And excited all at the same time. And we all know these things take time. So when they start talking about these grandiose ideas, I just picture time, adding more time to the project in my head. And I get worried. And I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how to make that fear go away. I don't know how to make myself feel better. And it is, you know what, at the end of the day, folks, it is just a game. It's a game that I'm really passionate about and I really love, and I want the best for it. But what I want more than anything is to see 20 of these concepts get ironed down, polished, and stuck into a release that they can then build on. That's how I feel. But big clap to those guys. It was really cool hearing about all the sound design. I love that they have a team that seems excited about it all and are optimistic about the things that are coming down the pipe. So there's my positive spin. I hope you all enjoyed watching that. I did overall really enjoy it. So I'm not sure where we're at and what we're doing today here. It might be a mining stream, because I don't think anything else changed. That's SCL Live, I got reminded of. as I was checking to see some of the things that might have changed for today. So I'm going to hop over on robertspaceindustries.com and just take a quick dive into Spectrum and see if there's anything in particular we have to expect today, whether they've got more hot fixes on the way or what the case is. And I'm really getting nothing. I'm going to go to the Hotfix Live and see if there's anything listed there. We're at 9982497. That's the current build. The things that they've addressed don't address the single stacking cargo. So until the single stacking cargo thing gets addressed, I don't feel like I'm in a good playable place. Running those missions yesterday hurt a lot for me. It was yeah. So what we might do is have some fun mining. We're gonna hop in that mole and get back on out there. I did take the prospector out a little bit. It was awesome the amount of freedom I had because I just roll up on something and positioning and determining what I was going to do was a really easy thing. But I ran into so many rocks that I could not break. And the mole does not do that to me. So we just might be hopping in the mole today to see if we can offset that somehow. Let me just find something to run in Star Citizen. And give me just a sec, folks. Got questions from the kiddos. Alrighty, folks. Let's see here. What can we run in Star Citizen? What looks like it might make a little profit? Let's try picking that up from there and selling it over here. A lot of times I have a good idea, and then there are no commodities there to fill me up. We'll try running diamond from ArcCorp to Area 18, ArcCorp mining area to Area 18. Okay. Oh. I have a virtual meow meow saying hi to me. So, on the issues of sound design, we've got some wonderful music going on in the background. I love Star Citizen's music. There are some things I can see. Like I can hear my footsteps. I think at this stage in games, you would typically hear, unless this is meant to be digital, which it might be, that water might be actually digital. But you could hear those things. There are no sights and sounds of the station. There's a low hum there. There we go. You can hear that. I know they're working on things like that, but these are like basic game things that like should exist at this point.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
I guess that's what threw me off today. I was kind of shocked. I felt like I should be hearing about the things that they're planning on recording and adding, but instead I got a lot of design stuff, and I feel like shouldn't that system have been in place already? I really want to understand. I want to be a voice for Star Citizen that helps people understand and draws new people to the community. But when they throw stuff at that like me, I don't know how to respond to it without sounding like a shill, right? I don't want to just eat what I'm being fed. I got questions. Why hasn't this design aspect been ironed out already? And the fact that sound design comes at the end, well that's true, but the system to implement the sounds, that should be, you know what I mean?
Hello.
But you know what? I just heard that. Did you hear that hello? That's been added to that dynamic stuff has been added recently. The universe is fleshing out more. Things are becoming more real. So it's not like the progress they're talking about isn't being seen in game. It absolutely is. And I appreciate that. I do. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna call the Zeus up or something like that. I think the Zeus is just fine, actually. It's actually overkill. So we'll bring the Zeus over here. We'll load it up with what's here,
Has been sent.
and we'll take it and turn it in someplace. And then wherever we turn in, we'll determine if we're gonna grab the mole there. Basically, is what I'm looking to do.
Please visit
And then
us
we'll go do some more mining.
Hello.
Excuse me. So we need to run over to the refinery really fast. And then as soon as that Zeus is available, we'll load it up. It's not a lot. It's like 40, 50 SCU, but I don't see myself coming back out to this particular range point right now. There are better ones for refining things like corundum.
A Moby glass has been found. Report to the manager's office if you think it's yours.
See what we have here. Yeah, and all we're gonna take is the corundum, the tungsten, and the other stuff we'll leave for another time. Although, maybe I should just load it all up to the Zeus and take it off and sell it. All right, so we got a couple minutes on the Zeus there. As soon as it's available in the vehicle loadout, we should be able to use it to do our thing. I also feel like we should change the loadout on that prospector again. Let's go to utility.
Hey.
So there is a focus and a Riger. So we'll unequip the Riger, put the Helix back on, put a focus and a Riger on the Helix, save that. The window is super small, but the power is high, and we do better with that, I think.
You spent some time in the year.
There we go. There's our Zeus. Zeus with the Hurston livery.
I think it's a bit backwards that more people stream.
Let's load her up. Select storage option.
We need to get that priority.
Zeus. Collect. Select storage option. Zeus. Collect. Wonderful. All right, let's blow this joint. Okay. And I think we'll run over to Hurston and turn this in at like Everest or something. No, we'll actually run to Lorville is what we'll do. Lorville, for those of you that haven't played, is the city on Hurston, like their main capital-ish type city, where all the good stuff is.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Let's bring this Zeus up.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
All right. Medium hangar. We should have a Zeus full of cargo. Beautiful. Do we have anything here that we want to jack along with us? We could take the Focus 3 module with us. I don't think we can carry the laser on person. Actually, can we? Riger 3, Riger C3, Focus. Yeah, because it's not in there. And the laser, that don't fit. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's grab the Zeus with the Hurston livery on it. This will be my first look at this thing with its new paint. It looked cool in the pictures. Hopefully it looks cool in person. Look at that. Oh, goodness gracious. They load the cargo all the way to the back, do they? Well, that's fine. Should load front to back so that you can get in through the ramp, but, you know, hey, it's full. I'm not going to complain beyond that. Here we go. All right. Power up the ship.
All power to systems. Stand
Okay.
by.
Power up the ship.
Request complete. Systems panel activated.
There we go.
One moment, please. Systems online.
That's something. Request launch permission. Request launch permission.
Yes, Commander.
Launch.
Retracting docking modules.
All right. We will plot a course for Lorville.
Handing you the con.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
We'll get a good look at our paint job. Look at that. Oh, she's spoofy and spiffy. It's like an enamel paint or something. It has a gloss to it. It's really cool. I don't know. What have you... Did you eat anything this morning? What'd you have? English muffin? Did you have a shake? No? Be home at 5. Otherwise, make sure you check in if you get hungry, bud. All right. Away we go. Nav mode.
Shields are off. Power diverted to engines. Off.
Engage jump drive.
Nuclear space. Drive is now on.
There we go. We're cruising now. Cruising. Cruising right along. Folks, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to drop me a follow when you get a chance. It helps me out a ton and is greatly appreciated. That does a lot to help with my visibility on Twitch. I'm still an up-and-coming youngster as far as the world of streaming goes, so every last one of them follows helps me out. Of course, if you like what you see, please consider subscribing. And don't forget, you can also do that with your Twitch Prime subscription, which you have available to you if you have your Prime, your Amazon Prime linked with your Twitch. You've basically got a free sub you can give to the content creator of your choice every month. Do keep in mind that those do not automatically renew. So if you want to lend your continued support to that content creator, make sure you stop by every 30 days and renew that. I do also have donations open on my page. You can find a link to a donation through Streamlabs to me directly. Never required, but always appreciated. So if you wanted to provide support in that way so that I can keep doing what I do for you and help me take care of upgrades and things like that for the channel, it would be much appreciated, of course. Right. Let's get on down here to Lorville. And as always, if you have any questions about Star Citizen, I am more than happy to answer for you. If you want to talk about peripherals like sticks, if you want to talk about things like Game Glass, which I don't have currently, but I know quite a bit about, eye trackers, IR5 head tracker, things like that. Hell, even if you want to talk about mics and video cards and things like that, I'm always happy to discuss that stuff with you. Wow, I'm not used to coming in here when it's so bright. Look at that. Could almost not see the lights for the landing pad. There we go. Spaceport's right in front of us. See if we can get another good look at the ship from the outside. Take a minute to... Yeah, I love how glossy that paint is. Like I said, it's almost like an enamel on the outside. It's really cool. Alright, let's get in here and get landed. We'll turn in the Corundum and Tungsten for the event. And then we'll run to the TDD and see if we can sell off the rest for whatever they give us here. We're not looking to maximize profit, so. SCM mode.
Complying. Shields online.
Request landing permission.
Requesting docking bay.
Looks like we have a little bit of a wait there. Not a super long one. Take a look at that amazing landscape. We'll be heading over there shortly to see what we can do about selling the rest of our cargo. Hangar request completed. Looks like that is going to be our hangar right there. Landing gear down.
Landing modules deployed.
That's not what we wanted. Back in the day, that would have meant a crash. You would have crashed. You would have not have been able to land on the surface there. There we go. There we go. Let's refuel you. All right. Let's get out of here. We already know we're going to have a tough time going that way, so we'll exit this way. I'm going to make a small adjustment here. I'm going to back this up to one of the hangars. Or one of the freight elevators. And actually the Zeus has a tractor beam. We might try unloading some stuff with the tractor beam here really quick, which we would have to do from the co-pilot seat. What's cool about the co-pilot seat in the Zeus is it functions the way it should. If there's not a captain, you can actually fly the ship from over here. There's a lot of things we can do from over here. Let's see if I can remember how to open my stuff. Oh, look at that. First try. Right. What are we looking for? Enter remote turret. All right. Historically, I am terrible at this, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Wow. Wow, those are just not wanting to come out of there, are they? I almost feel like we're gonna blow a spaceship up today. All right. You know what? Not a problem. We'll do this by hand. I hope we'll do it by hand. The way this is situated here, the way those things are acting, I'm a little worried that we're going to get them out of there. Come with me. Wow. Oh. Come along. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, I know you can. Come on, you can do it. Come on, come on. I feel like we're making progress, maybe. Need to drink more water is what my wife would say. You're having trouble getting that out of there? You gotta drink more water. Wow. Okay. Let's approach this from the inside then, I guess. See if we can move anything around to dislodge this stuff. It's kind of funny that it's locked in there so tight. Holy crap. What might we do to alleviate some of the pressure here? What can we do to alleviate some of the pressure? Maybe put some of this stuff over here like this so we can wiggle some things around? Possibly. Yeah, like that. Ah, crap. What I really want to do is get some of this shaving cream moved out of the way if possible. There we go. We can do this. We're gonna unhinge this place yet. That might help us. We get this box out of here now? Oh, so close. Hell yeah! Corundrum. Nice. It just took a little finagling. We got it though. Exolite, Terranite, Corundum. Hey, Diz. We got that loose. Terranite, Pearl, Tungsten. I feel like we have another tungsten in here. There we go. Yes, folks, Tetris. Terranite, Terranite, Terranite. Exolite, Terranite. Exolite. Just making sure I don't have any more corundum or anything hidden in here. I do not, apparently. Alright, let's see if we can get a mission. Turn that crap in. Where are we? Oh yeah, I know where we are. We want materials required. Alright. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. So it's 44 SCU. It wasn't a lot, but like I said, we just wanted to move it, and we'll go ahead and submit that.
Carmichael here. Log your contract delivery. I'll mark it down as a win for Hurston.
You do that, sir. And this is just all bonus stuff we got from the mining runs, so we're gonna try to sell it off at the TDD here. I don't really care about maximizing price or profit on it. It's literally just extra. We'll consider free goods. Free goods. Now, we might go back to Illyria to do mining and stuff, but we're just not gonna turn it in the same outpost. Because we got a lot of corundum out of there, and corundum was getting a... Oh, there was a tungsten. That's okay. Sorry. Corundum had a negative 3%. At Arc L2 where we were. Like I said, I just don't see us going back there to do that. Nope, nope, nope. Stay where you were. You I want. All right, we'll deal with that when we get over. What is wrong? So this is going to give me an opportunity to test if this is just related to the event or if they've borked cargo elevators altogether. So we're going to leave one stacked and see if it'll take it. Yeah. They screwed the pooch all together there. I mean, we might as well take the mission again for the one SC we've got contract. Oh. We should also... Oh, no, we're not doing that. Howdy, who is Bob Jones? How you doing today? Good to see you back. Let's see here. I will just send it all down. All right, let's turn the Zeus around. Send her back down. Head over to the business district and sell that stuff off. So the sound team really made it sound, no pun intended. Like there's a lot of these stuff that they're intending to improve. And that's cool. If you're telling me that these are just placeholder sounds and now the development's really on as far as that. But like I said, it's the engineering part of what they were talking about that scares me a little bit. There were so many we wannas and we think we can. And at this stage in the project, that scares me a little bit. But I'm on board, you know. I'm a supporter. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. It just makes me a little nervous, that's all. Somebody in general chat saying the Starlancer is a nightmare to load. Really? I couldn't be in more disagreement.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
All right. Let's head to the Central Business District. See if we can sell any of that. There may be commodities that we can't, but at least we won't lose them if I leave them someplace like Lorville. If I leave them out at one of the Lagrange points or one of the mining stations, there's so many of them, it's likely that I'll forget it's out there and never see it again. So many bodies. So many bodies. I think I missed my turn. Nope. Y'all should have seen this crap like 6-7 years ago when the mini map didn't exist and stuff. Getting around a place like this was so confusing. You'd get on one of these transit systems, you'd end up like at an outside gate for the city. Had no idea where you were. All you wanted to do was get to the hangar and fly your spaceship, and you were like, it's come so far. So who is Bob Jones? Bob Jones, did you just stumble through and find me there on YouTube, or somebody point you to this direction? I have to ask those questions because I often find out that it's somebody I know, and I had no idea one of their online personas was. Regardless, I'm happy to have you here, happy to have you watching. And always keep in mind, if it's convenient for you, you can always check me out on Twitch as well. But I've been getting a lot more traffic on YouTube lately, so I think it's cool. I appreciate it. All right, we're in the business district. Bursting with our big golden financial overlords. And, you know, security. I don't know what dripped all over my visor there, but it's gone now. HD Showcase transfers. There we go. Get us up on exchange monitor here. See what we can sell. Like I said, we might not be able to sell everything, but we'll sell some stuff. See, Lorville. We'll go on DM Sun Devil. And Lorville. There we go. Well, we will try not to sell the tungsten. Look at that. 6.6 per SCU? Sure. Sell that. And 8 point... Oh, yeah, we'll sell that. Look at that. Make it work. I love that Terranite. Barrel? Yeah, we'll take it. 1, 2... Well, do we have to sell each one individually? That's fine. That's the good one, though. The Terranite. That was the good one. And we're hanging on to the tungsten because we might turn it in. So I think that was it. Well, that was nice. That popped us back up above 20 million. So there's a little fun bug to play with in the game. This started out as a stack of 5. Watch what happens. I'll take my helmet off here real quick. I'm gonna carry this. It's probably empty. Yep. It is empty. Okay. So we're going to store that by hitting right click. Put our helmet back on. Now, when we pop into our inventory again, you will see that went into my stack of 7, and they're all at 100%. So if you buy like 3 crews, you'll never run out. It's been that way for many, many patches. It's not a huge expense. I don't feel like I'm exploiting or breaking anything. And quite frankly, it started by I don't like litter. I like try to throw my stuff in trash cans or just like throw it out in general. So if there wasn't a trash can around, I would just store it in inventory and then intend to take it out later. Well, you did that once and I was like, where did it go? And why do I have more? So now we just kind of do it because it's fun. We'll start the patch out with like 2, and by the end of the patch, without buying any, you're in the 20s and 30s. Just picking up random ones that people throw on the ground.
Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
So now that sound design stuff that they were talking about this morning, that's got me dreamy. I'm sitting here and noticing how silent this is. But I always like the sound effects. I can hear the doors. I can hear the announcer that there's a train coming. I can hear a little hum. But now knowing that all of these things have plans to possibly be way better than they are, it's kind of exciting. Unfortunately, with the timeline the game has progressed down, I'm like, oh, I want those things now. It's just game sound. How difficult can that be? Just throw it in there. Just tack on new sounds, record them and throw them in. But apparently the way the system's designed, it's not that simple. When you put a sound in the game and attach it to something like the train moving here, Star Engine, and specifically Star Sound, has a way that it handles this, and ways that the sound designers can tweak the sound. And I understand the engine is set up as such that, like, if you were standing outside and this train were to go by you, the Doppler is in effect. That was meant to be a pun. The Doppler effect is there, so you can hear the sound distort as it moves past you and goes off into the distance, and speed affects that. That's really, really cool. I can't wait to see those things, you know, active and working the way they were intended to.
The Empire has put out the call for resources, and Hurston intends to answer. Consult
All right.
the to see how you can help secure all
Welcome to the ASOP.
I'm just going to check where we left the mole. It's at Area 18. So I'm going to claim it here.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
We'll expedite that. All right.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
So we just have a little bit to hang out and wait for that to show up. For the people out there that still to this day say the Star Citizen's a big old scam, let's do something while we wait. Let's take a look at what I'm looking at here. I see these really cool light fixtures suspended from cables that go someplace. They have a little swoop to them to make them look like they have some weight. Take a look at the intake, outtake, fans turning, cables hanging, different types of metal, labeling, NPCs moving around, a rental counter. Look, did you see the glow of the monitor on the front of that dude?
Hurston intends to answer.
So
Consult your mobile
if Star Citizen was a scam. Like it's got to be the most elaborate, overplanned end game, head game that I've ever seen in my entire life. These aren't the types of things that you produce when you don't intend to deliver anything to people. Again, levels of detail, right? At times, it may be a little bit overproduced and feel like the project is losing focus and direction. But I can assure you that nobody has ever intended to release this just to sponge money off of me. You don't put this kind of design and work into something that is just intended to be something that brings in cash, and then they're just going to pull the plug. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. I will throw up intermission, and I will be right back. Once the mole gets claimed, we'll go ahead and pick that up, and we'll go out and do some mining. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs and take the dog outside. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Hurston Dynamics needs your assistance. The Empire has put out the call for resources, and Hurston intends to answer. Consult your Merlin glass to see how you can help secure all of our futures in pursuit of a solution for the reject crisis. Hurston Dynamics needs your assistance. The Empire has put out the call for resources, and Hurston intends to answer. Consult your Merlin glass to see how you can help secure all of our futures in the pursuit of a solution for the reject crisis.
Sorry about that, folks. Apparently Star Citizen took a dive while I was in the other room. But we've got everything booting back up. Network error? What? What the hell's going on there? I mean, I'm obviously here. I'm trying to log in. What the bloody hell? I don't know. We'll see what happens this time. Did they push a patch? Maybe? If it does it again, we might have to kill the launcher and bring it back up and see what happens. Nope. Sounds like we're back in. All right.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
What's with Mr. Tractor Beam over there?
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Next stop, Pisa Spaceport. Now arriving. Pisa Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
To answer. Consult your mobile glass to see how you can help secure all of our features in pursuit of a solution for the reject crisis.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Ergo mode.
has been delivered to the following locations.
Sweet.
You all right?
That mole ain't there.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Wabi is some bitch.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
That there was unfortunate.
Please visit us again.
Well, while we're waiting the 4 minutes for that to happen, hoping that the game doesn't disconnect us again, let's find another Star Citizen trading route to run. And we'll pull up Robert's Space Industries and see if there's anything propagating in testing chat or anything like that, okay? As I would run cargo right now if it wasn't for the single layer on the elevators. That really hurts. By the way, also during Inside Star Citizen, or Star Citizen Live, I'm sorry, did you catch Jared kind of promising us the Apollo by the end of the year? You know, I know there's not like very specific medical gameplay, but that's a ship that's high on my list of something I want. I think the wife wants one too. They're really cool. It just looks cool. Arastra is what I'll miss the mole, but the Arastra I think will be my jam when that comes out. All right, Spectrum testing chat. Nothing. Hey, wait, is that for real? The Hulk Hogan thing, guys? Is that a real thing? Ozzy, then Hulk Hogan, my childhood is dying off. It's just, I've heard it a few times today. Holy crap. Was he struggling with some health stuff? I didn't know. "71 years old. Huh. Well, that's sad. Like I said, it's like my childhood is dying off here. Man. Wrestling pop culture icon Hogan dead at 71. Authorities responded to a morning call about cardiac arrest. Hogan was pronounced dead at the hospital. Wow. That is seriously super sad.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Should be just a couple minutes left on it yet. Nope, it's ready. Let's go!
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following locations.
Yeah, no info about fix or progress stuff today. That'd be nice if they gave us a little nudge, a little update. But, you know, no news is no news. I'm sure they're working on stuff. Well, I sure as hell hope they are. All right, for folks that are new to Star Citizen, this is the Argo Mole. This is meant to be a multi-crew mining vessel that's got 3 mining lasers, one in the front here that you can see, and then there are 2 nestled in back here. The pilot can be driving, and you could have somebody in all 3 of the lasers. The lasers can be used to break bigger rocks, because they're larger size than what's available on the Prospector or the Golem. And then, just like any other team-based mining operation, every laser you put on a rock, the attributes of that laser are added to what you're doing. So if you have different laser types, you can use one to increase the window size, you can use another one that has higher power, and all of these things like factor together and change the size of the window, the stability, the instability, how the rock breaks in clusters, and all of that stuff. What is also cool about the Mole is you can do 3 different loadouts to these lasers, and then that allows something that I'm still fairly slow at it compared to some people that have been doing it since the beginning, but you can use this Mole as a solo mining vessel. You find your rock, scan your rock, position yourself based on the laser you know you're going to use, and you go get out of the pilot's seat, hop down on that laser, do your thing. It is obviously way more convenient to have other people with you when you do this, but it is something that can be run solo. And like I said, when you're solo, the benefit is I think it's about to crash desktop again. Wow. Wow. We'll give it another shot here. When the patch first released, I was having crash to desktops. I don't get those typically in Star Citizen. So this section of patch has been the most that's ever happened. Anyway, I was going on about the Mole. The Mole can make a really good solo vessel just because you have a different selection of lasers. So when you're out, first off, you have more capacity to carry. And you can come up on different rocks in different configurations, and you have like 3 lasers for different parts of the job, you know? In the Prospector, you find something you can't break, you move on. In the Mole, you find something you can't break with one laser, you assess whether or not you can with the others. one of the things I mentioned, you get faster at it, is what's starting to develop now for me is I'll pull up on a rock and see its basic stats and know which laser I should try to use for it. I'm not perfect at that, but there are people like Red from Red Monster, Red Monster, and El Guapo. These guys are like super good at seeing a rock and its makeup and knowing exactly what they need to use and how. And that includes the gadgets that you can use as part of a mining operation too. Gadgets are actual physical devices that you can carry in your backpack, and you take them, you like exit the ship, take them outside, place the gadget on the rock, tune it to a frequency, and it'll apply whatever buffs and status changes to the rock that that specific device is designed to do. And there's like 4 different ones of those. Really cool. Mining can be really deep and really involved in Star Citizen.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Let's get out of here. Oop. All right, we're just waiting to get out of queue here. Where do we want to go mining? So we're in Hurston. We can go to Hurl 2 and try to do asteroids. It's as good a place as any. We haven't done that yet. We've done all surface mining since we've been out. Let's give it a shot. L2 is Faithful Dream, huh? Well, we will give that a shot as soon as they let us out. Some goofy audio shit happening here. I don't know what's going on there. It's a tad troubling. Oh! Lord Almighty. Chocolate's in my peanut butter. All right, let's get out of here. We'll hit Atmo and see if we can't make our way to Hurrell 2. Faithful Dream.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right, we're here. But there is where we want to go. So, just drop into SCM mode, hit our scanner up, find us some rocks. $1,900, $1,750. We'll start there.
Mining mode on.
Bexalite Corundum. All right. I like this one. I think we can break it with a smaller laser, though. So we're going to get in here. I'm going to try to bust it up on this laser. All right. Down is usually not the problem on those. I think we're in a good position. So. We'll go ahead and pop out here.
Mining mode on.
Whew. Sorry. Why do I have a CS1? What did I do? I had a CS1. No idea why. trespassing somewhere, maybe? Oh, bumping that guy on the way out of the hangar, maybe? That's bullshit if that's true. There we go. That's a good spot. Moly, moly, mole. Yep. Yep. Bexalite Corundrum. You don't get a bounty on a CS1. So we're fine. It's got to be CS3 for you to generate a board bounty. Which is good info for you if you did not know that. So far, breaking that big one to the right is where we're at.
Extraction mode on.
Just scoop that one up. Oh man. Oh, I hate up. Urgh. That's fine. All right, let's bust this one up.
Fracturing mode on. Attack on shield. Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Select
Extraction
Corundrum.
mode on. Fracturing mode on. Extraction mode on.
We'll take that one. So I was talking quite a bit while you were away. I really enjoyed that whole sound thing, but you probably know that it hit weird with me though. I love the behind the scenes stuff. I really, really do, but I'm just super concerned that I could also turn that into maybe not being concerned and be like, well, if they're talking about sound, we must be nearing something. But they talked too much about, oh, it'd be really cool if we could do this. Oh, we'd like to do this. Again, a lot of those things that should be like, oh yeah, this is what we've done and we're gonna polish this, you know? A lot of ideas they're throwing out there of things they want to implement, and we should do this. And we have this idea after 13 years. That hurts. Because I see development time being tacked on for all these, oh, this would be really cool. I just worry so much for this project that I love. All right, we'll leave that one. We'll see if I can reach those other ones with the front laser. Oops, not what we wanted to do.
Systems activating. Systems on. Extraction mode on.
Flab, buddy, how you doing? Long time no see, man. Where you been? What's up? Corundrum, get it. Oh, there was one hidden behind it. Working and chilling. Nothing wrong with that, buddy. Things are good, man. Fixing to go to the hot springs this weekend. More summer camping stuff, you know. Trying to enjoy the patch. I get concerned about things. I watched the Inside Star Citizen thing today, and they did this whole really cool thing about sound design stuff and the direction they're going. And it was really exciting, and all the stuff they talk about sounds awesome. But in the whole episode, there were a lot of things that that came off like, oh, we'd like to do this, and we got this really cool idea for that. And there was just a lot of ideas and concepts in there that they'll be working on to complete and stuff. And, at this stage in the project, when I hear about ideas, it relates to something like sound design, I get really super concerned that at this stage in the game, we're coming up with ideas as opposed to polishing stuff, It concerns me. But it was really cool anyway. And you know me. You know how I am about Star Citizen. I try to remain a positive force. I just get spooked. And on top of that, today we're having a day where nobody's really communicating if we've got further hot fixes that we're working on. And, if it's going to be a couple days or if they're working on them. So it feels that way some days. It really, really does. To what purpose, Do they have a grander purpose in mind? Are they gonna... Why am I not pinging?
Mining mode on. Mining mode off.
That would be unfortunate. Send ping. Send continuous ping.
1 moment, please.
Stop continuous ping.
Aye, Commander.
The good old mole. Is the mole the reason I'm not pinging? For some reason, I am not able to ping. I guess I could try turning off. There we go. I don't know why that was a thing, but there you go. Yeah, that was what was left of the asteroid I was just messing with. We are going for copper, corundum, or tungsten. Mostly around here, I would assume corundum. For the event, for the current event, because the cargo, although I've had good luck with the freight elevators myself. Right now, unloading the freight elevators, there's a bug. You can only put down one layer of cargo. You can't stack them. So when you've got 45 boxes to load into a small hangar, it's not very time efficient. So we are doing it this way instead. We're just going to mine until maybe they get some of that stuff fixed. Man, it's taken a while on the scan on these things. Oh, we'll do that one. Actually, that one looks like it just wants to be sucked up real quick. We'll take it. It's free rock. Free rock. Yeah, because it's still... They if it's not one issue, it's another, right? Like, some things work and then some things don't.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on. Mining mode on.
There we go. No, not now. Get out of there. All right, back to it. Where do we want to go? Where do we go? I head too far back towards the station. Actually, I don't want to head back towards the station at all. Let's shoot for one of these. It really has. It absolutely, absolutely has. That's why, you know, I don't know what to do with stuff like that whole sound design inside Star Citizen. There's a lot of cool things they talked about possibly doing, and it's the possibly doing part that gets me. I'm like, shouldn't that be done? Shouldn't that be a design choice that was made already, and you're working on adding all this audio that uses these cool systems? Let's see. I bet you we could get some decent corundum off that one. 13,000. So let's position. We should be okay right there. That helix of ours should break that, no problems. Yeah, no kidding, man. Then you have to spend a couple days relearning everything. This event has some cool skins and things you can get if you dig them. Some armor sets that are specific to the different corporations and things like that. It's a pretty cool patch. We got a nice different shiny skin on the mole. It's actually hard to see here, but this more of a yellowish coppery orange, and it's like super shiny. This was something purchased off the store though. Yeah. Very, very Iron Man. All right. Let's break this guy. Nothing to it. I like it. I think it's a really cool background. Oh, son of a bitch. It was going so well. What the hell happened there? You whoremonger. Toying with me now. Come on. Come on, you know you want to. Yeah, mining was ass back then, and it is so different now. Come on, stay. Hell yeah. Yeah, I always liked my first mining experience too, was surface mining. I went out in a rock, ran up to my first rock. I overcharged it and blew the rock into pieces, and I'm like, what?
Extraction mode on.
Scanning is taking a while today. Yeah, 3.18 was a dark time. Yeah, we're so much in a different place than that. I'm glad that you came by. I needed some positivity. Like I said, the whole discussion about sound threw me off a little bit, right? Yeah, absolutely, bud. Anytime. When are you off next, man?
Fracturing mode on.
Oh, we're gonna have to play the on and off game here, huh? I could switch lasers, but that means I'd have to get out of my seat.
Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
Shit. So maybe maybe I should switch seats, yeah? Especially for all these secondary breaks. This is not ideal. Now the question is am I good or do I have to reposition? I'm just gonna see if I'm good to go. I should be good to go. We will unfortunately be gone on this Monday and Tuesday, but maybe the next one we'll have to wrangle up together, bud. Nope, not that one. Other way. Other way. Yeah, that ladder needs some love. A lot of things need love. Nope. Am I sitting too low or am I good? I'm going to be good. Maybe.
Systems activated.
Oh, I could get it. Is that the one we wanted to break, though? No. All right, good. This one is. There we go. Much better.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
That's correct. They did. If you had any executive hangar ships, they did fix the component loadout on that. But the guns are stock. Yeah, that's the part I get really tired of resetting it. One of the things I wish most that's on my wish list, I understand that they do it for testing purposes, but find something different. Yeah, I don't want to refit mine anymore. I wouldn't mind, and it's bad enough, but I wouldn't mind if I could just go get everything and do it. But not having access to the mill and stealth stuff that you want is sucky. Because getting those is no easy feat, or you have to sit there and pull them off your ship and self-destruct over and over again until you have as many as you need for your other crap. starting to find a lot of ships aren't that bad stock, but you do notice when you're missing your favorite guns. And shield generators, of course, you notice big time. And you spend the time to perfect the loadout the way you like it, so it sucks when it's not there to just put it back. So like I was saying, if they can't fix the persistent part of that, at least go back to letting us get what we need from whatever store. I don't mind flying around a little bit for it, but when I have to spend 3 or 4 days refit, especially with this, the patch cadence is like every 4 weeks. So every 4 weeks I'm having to restore my ships. That hurts. I get that you were funneling us to content and putting things we wanted there so that we would test it properly. I'm totally behind you, CIG. Yeah, official VR support, that would be cool. I understand there's quite a few people that play in VR the way it is. So this one was 64 and this one was 89. Oh, we'll bust that one first. Is it super wonky?
Extraction mode on.
Yeah, with your big ass monitor though, Sabrina, you're damn near virtual reality. She's got one of those big old 59-inch G2s or whatever. So when you sit in front of her computer, it is almost like you're in the cockpit. Where should we refine this stuff?
Fracturing mode on.
I don't have to have a corundum bonus. I just don't want to take a hit on it. And we're at CRUL2. I just need to look up and see what CRUL2's refinery is like.
Extraction mode on.
Crew L1? That sounds like a good place for me to take it then. Like I said, the big ones for this event, Pleb, are corundum, copper, and tungsten. Come on. Yeah, we'll take that even with the inert. It's not a ton. All right, we got a little more to do to fill up. That one was Bexelite. Bexelite. I think we can put our right on the corner of that one. But we got to break that, don't we? And we know it's going to bounce all over the place.
Fracturing mode on.
Should we break it from here? Maybe they'll all go down when it blows up. You know that's not going to happen. And there's only 20% corundum here. Maybe it'll break off in a nice chunk and go straight down.
Attack on shield. Extraction mode on.
Ah.
Mining mode on.
That would be awesome. So it's something I find interesting. With salvage gameplay, they actually did that, right? You have a tractor beam that you can move stuff around with. Why not mining? Like, I get it if you can't move a Gigantor rock, but like when you've split it up into smaller chunks, if it's below a certain threshold, if you couldn't like move it so you could scoop it better, that'd be cool. Or like you said, there ain't no windows there. Let me lean out the side with a max lift and just move the damn thing.
Mining mode on. Mining mode off.
What do we have here? Oh, you weren't kidding. You can actually can you? Can you actually move an asteroid with a max lift? 'Cause I'll absolutely do that shit. Oh, yeah. So if you have a max... Oh. Well, shit, man. I did not know that. Nope. We don't need the... That's me more than the latter. So, Pleb, have you not had a chance to look at this event stuff at all? So you get like a... You get like an armor, you get like a jumpsuit and a multi-tool that's colored for each of the manufacturers, and then you get an armor and a Volt pistol for each of the manufacturers as you turn in stuff for them. And then you get skins that are like these colors for 3 ships, and then another 3 ships, and then another 3 ships, and another 3 Volt weapons for each one of the manufacturers that you work for. So if you like skins and weapons and stuff, there's lots of cool things. But right now, the freight elevators are the sore spot for turning all that stuff in. Well, obvious son of a bitch. You're a genius, pleb. That's too cool. So again, industrial ship, why it doesn't have a tractor beam that allows you to do that very thing is beyond me.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
That is beyond me. Is that the one that I pulled up on? Apparently it is. We had some others that we couldn't scan before. Maybe they'll have what we need. At this point, with 20 SCU left or under 20 SCU, I might just scoop up the Vexilite and go drop it all off and then come back. I'm thinking that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Oh, it wants us to break that. And that one. There we go. Oh, come on! It doesn't really matter. We'll just bust something. Oh, dude, same.
Fracturing mode on.
Serena and I have said that the whole time. She says it a lot. Could you imagine if Star Citizen had Dune's crafting and base building? Would be done. It would be done. Release it. Release it and tell me where I throw money for more ships and stuff. I would be happy to do it. Or even an atmospheric flight model like the Ornithopters, because I think they fly pretty sweet.
Extraction mode on.
A little floaty, but cool. All right. So, CRUL1 sounds like the place to go. Nav mode.
All power to engines. Off.
Pleb, have you ever played stuff like any of the X4 or No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous? You ever play any of that stuff at all? Or have you in the past? I'm just curious. Oh, and the new paints you get too, just like this one has a Grey Cat logo on it, as well as the Argo. It'll have the corporation too, so it'll say Crusader or HD or Microtech. You did play a lot of Eve? Did you spend a lot of money on Eve, or just play it like free to play and still have a good time? It's funny that I picked it up once. I had downloaded it and tried to figure some stuff out, but I had things going on at the time, and to focus on what was happening was way too overwhelming, so I just never got back into it at all. And then I always had something else that I was doing. Oh yeah. What made you stop? Because I understand it's still going hot and heavy. People still love it, right? SCM mode.
Preparing now. Shields online.
We could do with an adventure. It's a little too quiet. Perhaps an away mission? Oh, I hope you're not wearing red.
Gotcha. Orion wants to kill me. What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. What's funny is I was just thinking the same thought too. I was like, oh, Will Shatner wants to kill me. Landing gear down.
Lowering landing gear.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Systems off.
All right, let's get this one cooking. Yeah, I like that color on it a lot. It's cool. It's cool.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
I really miss the way they did it in Pyro. You get off your ship, get on the elevator, and you can go cargo center, refinery, all that crap right from the elevator. First elevator. But then Pyro has other reasons that you would go running around the station because of contested zones and stuff. Otherwise, you might never see it. If that's all you ever had to interact with. That's the part where game design must be hard. How do you design things that people actually use and just don't avoid? It's got to be a fine balancing act. All right, that one's cranking. Moonrad, what is up, sir? Doing good, doing good. No more hot fixes yet today, so
Welcome.
I've decided to go mining some more.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, nice. Oh, because you don't have to download a patch, yeah. I'm with you. You got missiled. So what happened with that? See, is there any place around CRU L1 that's good with Corundum? Corundum. Oh, dang, man. Hold on a sec, folks. Never mind. All right, so we're at Crew L1 for Corundum processing, because that rocks. So we could poke around on... Yeah, no kidding, for a single box on top of it. That would have pissed me off too, man. So we were at her L1 because of this. 41%. Oh, I'm sorry. Her L2 for 41%. Does anybody else have as high? That's closer? No, so really, it's not that far of a flight. We'll just go back and forth between those. Sure, bud. All right, so we'll do her L2 for the mining and bring it back here. It's a quick jaunt. It's no big deal. But then I should pull that up. Keep that over here where I can seize it. All right. There we go. Right, her L2 is where we were. Yeah. I'm doubting myself now. Yeah, no, that's where we were. So, Moonrat, did you catch who it was that took a shot at you? Nav mode.
Maximum engines off.
Engage jump drive.
Engaging drive.
Accessing music. Eden. That's impressive.
Well, that's fair. At least you got out, man. Like I said, I agree with you. That would have pissed me off, especially for one box just to complete this mission and come back and get scrubbed by some rocket. That would have sucked ass. Type E, that could have some corundum. SCM mode.
Performing now. Shields online.
I'm continuously monitoring all systems, ensuring every parameter is precise. Readiness is maintained at all times. Steadfast in the void.
Let's say, does anybody... I don't see that asteroid. It's there. What do we got here? What do we got here? We don't want that one. All right, so that one's not going to do it for us. We're next. Got here. $52.50, huh? $52.50. Type B. Type P. There should be like 3 type Ps there. Those are the ones that I've actually been having luck with, so we'll head there. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm sure we've got one worth pecking here. Yep, corundum. So the other one was a little bit better, right? Actually, I didn't see size. 67% on a 20 SCU. Yeah, okay. Let's see what this one is. Come on with the scan. All right, that's 68%. Well, let's go get the big one. And let's see if we can line this up right. Ought to be able to do it all with that one. All right. Theoretically, looks like we're in the right spot. Let's do this. I mean, it looked good to me. That is not what... That's what happens when I split my focus. Get back out of there. Out, out, out.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Oh my God, with this ladder. Okay. All right. All right, we should be good. Let's get her. Be nice if it broke good and that corundum stuck together. The lag on the scan, I wish that would speed up a little bit. It's killing me. %, we'll take it. Good stuff. Oh, corundum. Super good. And that one was just, what, 23%? We are not close enough for that one. We'll go ahead and suck that one up. We will go crack that other one. Because we're not in a hurry. We're just trying to chill and have some fun here. But my instinct is that we should pass some of these smaller ones up since we have them all and look for the bigger rocks. So again, we ought to be good here. There we go. That ought to do her. was going to say, did I read this one wrong? No, there's the corundum. All right. On our way. How goes the cargo stuff, Moonrat? After this run, I thought I might suffer some single layer cargo delivery. Let's see, 3,500, that's... More Type P. Well, we've had good luck with those so far. Onward. Give me some bigger ones. Nice, buddy. Nice. Laranite, tungsten, but not... Well, it is 100 SCU rock, though. So we could get quite a... I mean, we could get like 30-ish SCU of tungsten off of this. Let's go ahead and... Let's go ahead and see if we can pop this guy. I think we can. If not, we got the little guy next to us, so. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I cannot break that one with this laser by myself. And I did not bring the surge modules along because, well. Alright, maybe we can grab that one with the other laser though. Maybe. See what it is. Yep, that's worthwhile. I think. Now hopefully I can hit it over there. It's in range decently. I'm worried that I didn't go up high enough. All right, bud. I'll pick at this rock and see what I can do. So I think I can get the smaller one. Yeah, I can get it. Because I'm so far away. That's all right. We'll just be patient. It'll break. Hey, no, you son of a bitch. Maybe all the good chunks stay down here. That was true for that one. And they're pretty far out. I don't know that I can move them. Well, I can try. Whoop. Oh, just far enough. Just far enough. All right, buddy. Well, it looks like that was worth the move, wasn't it? That one, not so much. I'm not going to take that one because we're about to break this big one, and that big one may have a bunch of, yeah. All right, you're close. Hopefully, between the Helix and the Hofstede on the right-hand side, it should get this one. I see you. Back farther. Unless she can get into the front of one of the lasers. Yep, right there. The right-hand side. I've got full power on the Helix right now, so I'm hoping it's enough. I'm being trespassed. Oh, maybe not. Was that full power? There's a tickle. Oh my God, it's going. Woohoo. Hopefully we get enough off of this to fill it up, because I'm like half-ish full, on just a little under half full. So I hope we get a good 40 SCU chunk out of here. 30, 40 SCU maybe. All right. There are certainly going to be secondary breaks here. Well, that's 100% Laranite up the very top. I'm just going to leave it alone. Hopefully that means we've got some 100% of corundum or whatever. Does that look like a really nice break? Tungsten, that's what I meant. This one is 23 SCU of tungsten, but I got to break it again. Yeah, scanning is retarded slow right now. I don't know why. This is a good one right here. This made it worthwhile. This is 23 SCU of tungsten, so whatever breaks off the one I'm breaking, I'm sucking up. When it eventually breaks, that is. Ah, crap. That bounced him all over the place. They were just drifting too, and then they just jumped really fast. Stupid rocks. Yeah, the scanning is painfully slow today. That's kind of all that was good there, huh? I can't see what that biggest one on the bottom is. I can't go down far enough to touch that one. Yeah. I think I'm going to scoop up this big 99% Laranite to fill up and then just drop it off. I think. Then we can start a I can start a oh. Never mind, that needs to be busted. It was still a 10K rock. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'll let you finish it off. You got a bigger window. All right, she's full up. Are you coming along for more mining, or are you going to split back off? But I appreciate the help with that big one. Oh my god, I'm dancing on the ladder. Okay, but I'm taking this to the refinery at Crew L2, I think? Crew L2 or 1, I forget which one. And then I'll come back out here for more tungsten and corundum. Crew L1 is where we're going. Nav mode.
Powering engines. Off.
We'll get over here, get loaded. Oh, really? And it recognizes everything in there without without it being on the grid? Well, now I'm kind of tempted to drop this off and go try that with you instead. SCM mode.
Affirmative. Shields online.
Request landing permission.
Contacting docking control.
You want to go give that a try instead, man? Cool, bud. Landing gear down.
The landing gear is down and locked.
Landing gear down. Landing complete. Systems off.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit.
Can we get a fire marshal down to decom?
All right, got those chugging away.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
On my way back to you, buddy. And I don't care where we go. We can go anywhere you want to, man. I'll play that video while we're en route. That way, in case anybody else is looking for a workaround. I wasn't going to play the video at first. I was like, oh, no, I trust you. And I do trust you. But I was thinking to myself, well, it's self-explanatory. But yeah, have you ever tried to float stuff above a cargo grid? It wants to snap on, so I was curious how they did what they did. right, I'm good to go. Did you grab anything yet? I didn't catch any share stuff while I was doing that. Got it. All right, folks, let's check it out here. I'll pull this up. See, Reddit is good for more than just poison, folks. That is a single layer.
I saw your name pop up as the contracts for this. I think you're going to do a great job.
I'm sorry. I did get the share. I'm sorry. Listening to those go down the elevator was amazing. Chugga, 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 chugga. I was wondering, you know, somebody else wrote in Reddit too. I was wondering if that was another workaround. Which is if you have a large ship or bigger, Hercules, Polaris, whatever, you can store the cargo ship, go to the lobby, summon it, and then immediately store your bigger ship. Now you have a larger hangar to unload the cargo in like a single flat thing. So that one's a little weird because you can always lose what you stored while you're bringing up the bigger ship. All right. Ooh, look. There's a twirling raft. What was that all about? I guess he was just getting his bearings. Yeah, that's why I ended up mining. I'm like, I don't know if I got the patience to do the one layer thing. Now, this guy didn't show how he got them on there. I'm curious how difficult it's going to be to get them to lay on their side. Unless it's one of those things where you put it in there and then you snap it off and where it won't reattach really well. And then you just flip them on their side. I don't know. We'll see. All we can do is mess around with it and see how it works. Nice, we got the quick exit. Thank you. I didn't abandon you, Moonrat. I'm coming back. I got a thing. No, what are you doing? Come back. I found a bonus ATLS. And it matched my armor. I got it. Oh, there's one in here that's buggered. I'll go fix it. I was just curious if there was anything in that C2 because it wasn't fully destroyed. And there was an Atlas parked way in the back. Quantum travel complete. One second, I'll be right back with you. I'm just going to mute my mic for a second. At least I hope the mic's getting muted. Otherwise, you guys are going to hear screaming. Screaming. I don't think so, but we'll find out.